Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final round commentary of the grade K through 12 championships in Spokane, Washington. It's been a thrill being here this past weekend and going over um, all of the games. Some heartbreaking results have happened. I'm sure for many of the players. For me, it was heartbreaking to watch. But of course, it is wonderful to see those who took advantage of those opportunities and ran with them. And well, this is the most expected round, I think, of the tournament. While some may go home with trophies, others are going home with lessons. Let's think of it this positively. As always, very thankful to have had the opportunity to be here with you. Thanks to US Chess for making this happen, for everyone who has helped put together the tournament, the US Chess staff, volunteers, tournament directors, and if there's anyone that I'm missing, well, thank you to you as well. Thanks to the parents and the kids for bringing such exciting chess to all of us. Before I get into the games, I know they've started about 10 minutes ago, and maybe a lot of you are interested to see what we will get. I wanted to make sure I would go over the standings so that we all get the chance to kind of refresh our memory with those who are leading the competition. I have also pinned in the chat the link to the chess.com website where you can go and check out all of the games. As many of you have been here before, you know the top 4 boards for grades 9, 10, and 11 are up on DGT boards, and you can find them in the link. And then from grades 2nd all the way till 8th, top 2 boards are being broadcasted live. So as we are waiting, hopefully you've had a wonderful time there. You took advantage of some of the side events and lectures and blitz competitions, friends and family tournament as well. The last thing that you can do is between 2 and 4 p.m. I'm going to change. Oh no, why is this thing not working? Oh, okay, it was supposed to be here. I did check it before. I did, I promise you. Oh no, in a break I will have to fix that, I guess, because my site is not showing for some reason. Okay, we can, okay, it is, okay. I panicked for a moment. All right, so the last thing that you can do between 2 and 4 p.m., you can go to Exhibit Hall C, or the Skittles room, and play against Grandmaster Michael Roth. This is your final opportunity to join a side event besides, of course, the round is being played and the awards. So in about an hour that's going to start. But as we're waiting for that, let's take a final look at the standings. Okay, so in the 12th grade, Jed Sloan has impressed with a beautiful win in the previous round against Advey, and now he's the sole leader. Already has played against the 2nd seed, so if he at least draws this round, he has a shared first of this competition. 2 players are following him with 5 points, and then we have 2 players with 4.5. So very likely one of these people mathematically are going to finish in first or shared first. Going on to the 10th grade, we have 2 players, Eric Zhao and Basigaran Nanda Kumar. They've played one another, they drew, both of them are with 5.5. Let's see whether they will be co-champions or someone else is going to catch up with them. There are 3 players with 5 points following along, Iris Moore, Ryan Min, and Justin Zhang. in 10th grade, Sebastian Suarez has drawn his game, and he is in sole lead with 5 points. 4 players are following him up: Nikash Vemparala, Will Morehouse, Aaron Marion, and Austin Tang. Going on to 9th grade, Aditya has kind of dominated the tournament. He only left 1 draw in his way there, and he is the sole player with 5.5 points. 2 players are following with 5 points. We're going on to the 8th grade, where there's 1 sole leader with 6 points, and may I count him already co-champion potentially? Maybe he's going for 7 out of 7. Who knows? Connor Wang is the only player with 6 points, and he's followed by 5 players with 5 points. Luke, Varun, Austin, Jesse, and Nivan. All of them are trying to see whether they can catch with the leader. Going on to 7th grade, this was definitely a highly fought grade, as we have 7 players with 5 points. Now anything can happen. We could have potentially, if there's just 1 win and a bunch of draws, we'll only have 1 winner, but that remains to be seen. The highest rated is Ethan Guo, so he's going to try to win the tournament. 1 leader in the 6th grade, Liam Liu, followed by quite a number of players, 8 to be exact, with 5 points. Let's see whether he manages to keep his standing and win the competition. In the 5th grade, it's probably the one that's more exciting, and to me as a female, it's always nice to see girls being inspired and playing well, especially in open tournaments. And we have 2 players, 2 females, Celine Chen and Olivia Xu, leading the competition with 5.5 points. Will we see a tie for this 5th grade, or is one of the 2 girls going to take home the tournament? That remains to be seen, so that's why you're here, hopefully. There are quite a number of players with 5 points, so in case the girls draw, we can see a pretty large tie between... Okay, this was already a draw, so that one will not potentially count, but we have 9 players with 5 points. Exciting, I would say. That's definitely an exciting round. 3 players with 5.5 in this 4th grade. Going on to 3rd grade, only 1. Wang Boyuan, followed closely by 12 players with 5 points, and the players are all playing this competition. We have no breaks in that one. 1 sole leader in the 2nd grade, taking down the strongest player in the field in the previous round with a beautiful sacrifice. Queen takes f3, and then there was a back rank that happened, and missed opportunity by white. So Dario Neshvadian took down the highest rated player in the field, Mehmet Ilanli, and he's the sole leader with 6 points, followed closely by 1 point by 10 players. So that's exciting. On the 1st grade, we have 2 players with 5.5, and quite a number of players with 5. And of course, there was the kindergarten section as well. We did not have DGT broadcast of the kindergarten or 1st grade, but anyways, kudos to all of those players who competed. We have a player, Zain Shanmuganathan, that I believe their uncle or aunt stopped by the stream and let us know that they have 6 out of 6. And that concluded everything that I wanted to show you. I kind of, tried to bring in some excitement about what you can expect for this round. And without further ado, let's go to what everyone is the most excited about, and that are, that is, or those are the games. Starting with the 12th grade first board, Jed Sloan is the sole leader, right? He's had a brilliant win. A really amazing tournament overall, if you want. I met him when he was a kid. I don't know how he looks right now, but I will definitely be checking the articles that JJ is going to post very soon after this competition ends, and I cannot wait to share more moments. But until then, let's see what happened. So Jed has the white pieces. It's always nice to have a white pieces in the final round, but still, you still have to bring your A game. The tournament is not over, and regardless of whether you're being in the first position or somewhere else in the standing, the final round, I think it's important from a psychological perspective. You want to do well, even if you haven't had the best tournament. If you win, you might feel better. Even if you don't, you should find ways to get yourself in a good positive mood. But if you do well, it always feels good to to finish the tournament on a positive note. So here, white has gone for this advanced variation with bishop d3. We've seen this line being played quite on a number of occasions. No h4s, h5s first, but bishop d3, just simply trading the bishop, and now proceeding with the development. The knight in e2 is an interesting touch because white maintains the ability to switch over the knights from one side of the board to the other. So while this knight could go to f3, the other knight is placed in e2, potentially to go to c3 later, but also leaving the f pawn open so that white can consider playing f4, f5. Looking at the pawn structure, this is like one way that you can consider what it is that you have to do once the opening is over. Look on the side of the board where you have more space, and then build a plan considering that where you have more space, you have to find a way to push pawns forward, open up files, and build up the attack. Of course, it's much easier said than done, but just to kind of give you an idea of what you can expect in this position. So it's still quite early, only move 9 here, but the players are both players are thinking here. All right. On board 2, William is going to try to get his second place. We are looking at a Scotch gambit, knight e4, castle, d5. The best, oh, I was just saying, the best move is bishop e5, but nope, we're going for the exchange. All right. Not the trade, en passant. Going for the en passant. Knight takes bishop d5. Okay, yes, we're liking this. We're liking what we're seeing here. Bishop d5, bishop e7. Knight takes d4, knight takes d4, queen takes d4, pressuring g7. You got a castle. And now we have the following position. It's an open position with chances on both sides, I would say. Black does need to develop this bishop. Maybe he will put it in f5. Advey has messed up a bit his preparation the previous round, so hopefully he's over his previous round defeat against the leader, Jed Sloan, and is going to bring his A game. I really appreciated him stopping by the stream and hopefully left the stream on a more positive note than when he joined in. All right, on third board, we have Aritra Chakravarti against Javier Silva, and we have a Catalan, b3, knight d7, bishop b2, and very nice setup for white here. Castle, queen c2, everything that both players have done is quite typical for these positions. Normally, I would say this is not the square for the queen, but what white does with this move is supports the break with e4, and usually that is a typical move that we encounter In the Catalan, the idea is to break through the center and get a position where white remains with these two pawns in the center versus none. And whenever c5 is played, white wants to be ready to go d5, close down a bit that side of the board and be able to focus towards the center and the king side. Here we've had like an English, but a beautiful setup for black. I always enjoy when white allows the opportunity to have two pawns in the center. I always enjoy taking advantage of that when I play with the black pieces. This is also an option that black can have later on by gaining a bit more space, but I don't know if he's going to go for it or not. For the moment, we want to maintain this structure. Another Caro-Kann going on to the final round by Iris. We have here the main line, or better said, the Tarkov variation. We have seen a few. Wait. Is this happen or did I? Okay. I thought I mistakenly played Bishop. Apologies about that. I was like, no, we do not want a DGT error. So Iris plays against the leader of the tournament, one of the leaders, Eric Shaw. Castle 92, A3. Okay, so typically, one moment, guys. Okay. Knight A6. A3. This is a more typical move that you see, but A3 is has also been played. So I think, considering that white has played A3, we do expect that probably maybe c4 will be played and white is not going to go for the long castle. Instead, the short castle is going to be made. Sorry. Rook e8. So a3, knight c7, c4, rook e8. I would anticipate queen c2. And I wonder if h6 or h5 is still the best for black in this position. Eric is definitely trying to go for a win, of course. But Iris has played very well in this tournament too. She's had some very like very interesting. Particularly, I can think of an endgame, a rook endgame that she played yesterday. That she was able to outplay her opponent from somewhat of I would say, like, potentially equal position, but she was able to kind of create her two pawns, C and D. If you were here, maybe you saw that game. I have submitted that position to JJ. Don't remember if it is in the article or not, but yeah. What? E3? Okay. So Vasikaran goes for E3. Fancy. Fancy start of the last round. Okay. Okay, through transposition you can always get nice positions, but it definitely got a laugh from me, and in a good way, a smile, better said. Like, yeah, it's a nice approach potentially set up, because if you know that black is going to fianchetto the bishop and you want to play b4, this is a nice way to do it without playing d4, because now the bishop will be open, so you can hold on to playing d4 later on in the game. Castle c4 and now d4. Okay, so white has gained the space that he wanted. For example, a5 can be met with a3, and we have managed to put the bishop on b2 first, so in case of a trade, that rook is covered. That's basically what you want. And depending on the move order, sometimes you don't actually have the opportunity to get b4, but here it did work. All right. E4, knight d2, rook e8, knight c3, and he's gaining extra space. Very nice. b5, he's basically playing a French with reverse colors. So in some of these positions, there are ideas with g4. Now, I'm not sure exactly where. Queen b3 is a decent move here. I like h3 g4 idea. I'm not quite sure actually how black is going to stop it, considering that there's a knight in d7. Like, that knight oftentimes goes to c6 and then is brought into play via e7. But yeah, something like, or maybe queen c8 could have been played and try to control g4. I do like h3 g4 by white, so maybe that could be something happening. Please give me one moment. I've heard a knock on the door. I will be right back. That was not planned. One moment. Apologies about that. So in this position, after knight b to d7, b5 was played. This is a move you try to avoid making because it weakens this pawn. I don't know if a6 works or bishop a3 or something, but this is the kind of pawn chain that you're trying to avoid to get. So black is better off not making any moves on that side of the board. He could have been fine if he had managed to get all that chain together, but here it doesn't seem that it will be possible. So that's why he's actually better off not doing anything. Maybe a6 could be played, but definitely not c6. So do not allow the move a6. It's going to give white a much better play. Knight f8 was played. It allowed white to play a6, which of course is great. And now if you go b6, I don't know, c5, you better be ready. Maybe not. Oh, no, there's also knight d5. But not yet, not yet, not yet. But if you play b6, you know what? h3, g4. You could go h4. I mean, it's not over. It's still a game. Obviously, it's still early to expect that something fancy is going to happen. But yeah. Let's catch up with Logan. I felt for Logan in the previous round where he kept a balanced position throughout, but then in the end game, one move mistake, and the rook endgame ended up being lost. Obviously, I know Logan. I've played him. He seems like a very respectful and nice kid, and you know, when you know people, you're feeling their pain a bit too. But of course, what can I say? Totally deserving for Eric to win. For, you know, takes some skill, and there's a bit of luck involved in chess too. And now Logan has a more comfortable position. I like his chances. At some point, f5 will be played. Probably not anytime soon, but at some point it will be. It will be the move to be played. For now, that's that pawn is under pressure. If you go rook c1, then I'm not sure. Am I ready to do this or not? Not yet. You know what? What am I thinking? If you go rook c1, I can go rook d7, followed by rook d8. It's time to complete development, arrangement of the pieces. Another idea would be to go bishop f8 or bring the king closer to the game. That could work too. Okay. Board 4 in the K-11, we have a two knights variation of the Caro. This is actually quite interesting. Bishop c5, bishop d4. So the idea The idea is to get the knight? Interesting. I wonder why not bishop b4 directly. Okay, I'm not familiar with this. I played this line, but I'm not familiar, so let's try to understand here together. Maybe you know already, so if you do, feel free to share it with me. Maybe you cannot go bishop b4 because of e5, right? And then after that, are we potentially going to meet something like queen g4? I see. That's the deal. And if you take, well, actually, maybe I will recapture like this so that I can have the ability to restrict you from castling. Obviously, you cannot take because this loses material. Okay, so now I understand. And this is the thinking process that I always recommend doing in a position where you're surprised by something, right? This can happen when you're analyzing with someone. Maybe your coach tells you to do something. Don't just take what they tell you bluntly. Be respectful, of course. When you're saying, no, I'm not playing this, why are you telling me? No, don't do that. Try to be respectful, but try to compare what you know with what you don't and see. So here, that's how I compared. Maybe you have other kind of thinking process on how you compare things, but it is important to get that understanding. Bishop c5 is kind of like nice because obviously now rook d1, white is prepping to play d4. We're stopping them. We do not want to play d4 ourselves because this pawn sometimes tends to be weak. This can happen, or maybe also, do we have time for this? I believe so, right? Maybe even this could work, and after knight there, c4. But I do like taking because, you know, if you ever capture here, oh, look at this beautiful bishop on the diagonal. g6, not a problem. d4, building space. And this pawn is going to be very unpleasant to deal with. So bishop d4 is played, stopping d4, queen f4, threatening some stuff, e5, e takes d5. So now you are giving up the bishop and you're grabbing the pawn. The queen didn't make it to the g file, so we will have time to castle. And now this is the current position. So we are asked a question by white. How is it that we're going to protect that pawn? Obviously, we can play b6. We can play queen d e7, maybe e to have the d7 square for the knight later on. Or we can just pretend like we don't care and just castle. That is accepted as well. Paul, hey. I don't have the exact number. I forgot to ask. I was gonna ask yesterday and I forgot. I forgot to ask the exact number. I think there were at least 1,200, but I think they're more than that. But I don't know the exact number. I apologize. But you can check out. I mean, I can check it in the break if you want. But if you're looking at the results and pairings and standings, you shall be able to make an approximation number. I think there were somewhere between 12 and 1,500 players. Yeah, and in each section, right? Because we had the kindergarten, K, and then every grade, from first grade till 12th grade, players in each section. And then, of course, there was a Bughouse and Blitz Tournament, and then there was Friends and Family event as well. So, you know, altogether, if you add everyone, you know, you might get different numbers depending on whether you count others, but it's definitely brought a large number of players. I know the location was something that some people were talking about and might have been difficult to reach, but in the same time, I think it is nice to have the United States is it's a very big country, of course, right? So while a lot of the times more tournaments were taking place on the East Coast, also we have players from all over, so I don't know personally. I have no say in what's happening, how the tournaments are organized, but I think it is nice to have tournaments in various places. So, you know, kids also get the ability to understand what it takes to travel a little bit, also understand what it takes to be a good player and things like that. It is tricky. There's, you know, a lot of things that have to be taken in account when choosing. So that is not my expertise. It's not something I control, but I personally like the change. Some people may not. I don't know. But I think it was cool that it was on a different location that, um, you know, um, for this year. But that is my personal opinion. It's, you know, it's yeah. All right. Let the location be. Okay, Elshan. Welcome. Aliat, hey. Just under 1400. Okay, I'm glad you knew the number. You saved me. You just saved me. I knew it was more than 1200. I just didn't know the exact number. Awesome, Aliat. Thank you. Could black play knight d7, maybe b6? Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was just thinking, maybe just drop the pawn, but do we take it immediately with white? Because this is gonna fall for a little mate. That's the problem. That's the problem. So we cannot, we cannot do that. Obviously, you can let them take the pawn back, but maybe you can castle here, right? Don't fall for that mate. That would be like, that would be a toughness situation. Ah, you're saying b6 97. Sorry, I thought you said 97 and then okay, I misread your thing. B6 you certainly can do. Yes, you can play that move. I would definitely go bishop a3 to stop you from castling. And the thing is, if you do choose to go c5, you are weakening your chain. So I will have ideas with c4, d4 at some point. Starting with c4, of course, d4 will be hanging something here, but it's promising. But why no, why not develop a new piece? Why not queen e7? Queen e7 covers b7 and also covers bishop a3. I mean, this is a more flexible move from my point of view. It's I don't know if I want to weaken the chain. Why would I mess with it for now? Like, let's just keep it that way. I mean, let's not forget also, black is up a pawn, but white has the bishop pair. So all pawn pushes, all weakenings will give that bishop pair more entrances, things to do, also towards the later stage of the game. So yeah, just I would go personally queen e7 here. We've had the Taimanov here, b5. I think this is still some theory. d6, queen d4, fancy. You have to protect the pawn. f3 is an alternative, but I guess white chose queen d4. And considering there's no more knight in c6, of course it makes sense to have the queen there. And a4. Yeah, pretty good position for white right now. Ooh, this looks fancy. This looks very fancy. Okay, so far very natural development. Knight h3, since you cannot utilize the f3 square. The knight will come through f4. Okay. Oh. Did black forget to play e6, d6? Because if he did, listen. I mean, he did. He did do, forget that. Look at this. A3, going knight, d6, domination. I'm not happy for black. The bishop in c8 is gonna suffer. And so might these other two pieces. Where do you move the queen? Queen e5. Okay, no cause. No cause for alarm. How important is this pawn? If it's not, I can go rook c1 and let you take it. Because this will be hanging as well. And I'm more happy grabbing this than caring about those two pawns, because you know what's going to happen here? Do you know? Some sacrifices. But I'm going to play my my positional style. Just bring the queen, centralize the queen, they say. I'm feeling good about this position. Like, if only we could have this kind of a position. Look at just all of white's pieces. Okay, this rook needs to be brought into play to d1. And then, you know, we can slide the queen back to h5, put some pressure here, try to trap the queen of blacks, bring this knight to g5 or f4. Oh, this is looking so beautiful for white. Like, it's my kind of play. This is the kind of position that you want to study when you're struggling with understanding positional play, because and here comes one of my theories that in some positions you give up material in order to get positional advantage. So compensation is called, right? That positional advantage, with time, as you're getting more and more, is going to eventually materialize, and it will be actually worth more than the material you sacrificed. But the concept of positional advantage is often difficult to grasp by a lot of players, and we're often looking for material gain. But oftentimes the positional advantage tends to be worth way more. So you really want to try to compare and figure out what it is that you can get over time from that positional advantage, and kind of let go of that material gain for some time. And that's why I'm loving this position. Don't even worry about the bar. Even if the bar would say that I'm worse, like, I would still go for this, because the bishop in c8, the rook in a8, it's just, there's nothing that you can do to get them out, while white can focus on a kingside attack. I mean, this is definitely getting to be a very good position for white. We'll see if Nikash will be able to outplay his opponent there. What kind of line in the Sicilian did we have here? 4 knights again. And this is one of those sharp. I thought it was that line. I just wanted to double check it. This line is very sharp. It's been played on a number of occasions in these great championships that I've seen. And the idea is that with white, you are moving the king quite a bunch of times, but you are going to eventually take advantage of the backwards pawn and this beautiful outpost that's given to you. What happens after rook b1? Queen a6? Queen a6 loses, right? This is cute. Sabina, always looking for the angle. Always looking for ways to build up some tactical idea. Other rook? You're saying I should play the a rook? What's the difference? Because you're saying if I take in a2 to go back rook a1, so you're just attracting me to do that. Okay. But anyways, queen a3 was not the move there. I really want to take, but it's not good. But do I have other option? So now obviously I cannot take as knight takes d3. If I take the knight, the question is, does black... Yeah, black... No, but if we take the queen, there's this check first, and then we take, and I don't know that we have sufficient material for the piece. Sorry. So what's the eval of this position? Lots of pawns for the piece. Quite a lot. Quite a lot of pawns. Yeah, black might be okay here, actually. Oh, this was actually played? Yeah, this was played. So if we give this check, black is just dominating, right? Maybe check first, or maybe not even check, but I kind of like this check, because you cannot go in the back rank, the rook is hanging, and when you go here, I think we're going to have some brilliant attack. Check, h5, ooh, this is looking dangerous. So I think rook b1, one of the rooks has to be played. Now, I know you said the other rook, but maybe we stick to this one, or you still like the a rook? Oh, sorry, not that. We said knight takes. Yeah, let's go your rook. Let's go a rook. Let's go a rook. Okay, you're right. Is this check doing anything? Probably just helping black. Yes, you are right. You are right. Yeah. I kind of went out of the instinct, and my instinct in that position was wrong. So should we try something like this and just try to stop him from castling, or? Queen b7? Doesn't seem that good. Maybe bishop f3, but then we start with checks. Midterms? Midterms, but it's like winter. You mean finals? Or you still can't call them midterms? Okay. Mm, I see. They changed the the changed the semesters since I've been aware. Gotcha. Gotcha. Which grade would you have played in on eighth? Would you be one of the top ranked? Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Another London. This has happened in another round, and as soon as black is prepping to go e5, you have to put the knight here. If black gets e5, they tend to get a slightly better position. Bishop f2. I thought bishop h4 is the move here. Because, you know, like you locked in your bishop, so you need to put it on a square where it's going to be freed up. f2 is closed in. And there's no knight e4, which is nice. So I would probably put the bishop here, make black retreat, and now we can bring in our queen, queen g4 or queen h5. Maybe h5 because it comes in with tempo, so white's position is pretty good here. Bishop f2, I don't know. It's a bit too passive, I would say. Black can continue with b6 probably, or another idea that black does in these types of positions is bringing in the knight towards f5, especially because you retreated. I mean, against bishop h4 that wouldn't be possible because we would destroy black's pawn structure. Now white has got an edge because the file is opened up, the queen is coming to attack. En passant, of course, we cannot let the pawn there, but now notice the light squares are weak. Bishop h4 now. Okay, so white is getting back into play with some chances to advantage here with bishop h4. This looks quite balanced at this point. White wants bishop b2 probably, and this queen will go away. Maybe rook will come on the d file. Maybe e4. e4 d5 would be nice, but it will take time. Close Sicilian. Still early to tell, but okay, white's got a bit more center space. Space in the center. This was some other Sicilian, probably Rosolimo. Rosolimo gives this kind of pawn structure for black. Again, F file opened. We have some ideas, but black has the bishop there and potentially will put some pressure on this weak d3 pawn. Finally, a Ruy Lopez, no? Oh, no, apologies. Yeah, Ruy Lopez. I thought it was going to be a Berlin, but no. Ruy Lopez. One of those theoretical long lines. Looks good. This looks like one of those French knight d2 lines or knight c3 lines where trades are happening specifically in d5 and playable position. Okay, so this was a Joko. And I've seen this variation. A lot of people are attempting to go either g4, g5, or black is attempted g5, g4. But I think depending on which circumstance, like white didn't play h3, so g5, g4 is not the right approach. Why b8? Why not e7? Okay, white would go d4 probably. So whenever someone weakens the position like that, you do want to break through. Even after knight b8, I think white can go d4. I would go d4. Nope, he played knight e1. Okay, I would go d4. I don't care about this. Should I worry about this? I don't think so, right? There's apparently something even better than that. Maybe we just take. White's position is dominating. Okay, but Ethan wanted to... Oh, sorry, he played knight b3. Oh, I thought he played knight e1. My bad. He played knight b3. I don't like knight b3. d4. d4 is like... No? Is the move you wanna play? He wants g4 and you attack. Okay, let's test one more thing out. So here, if black takes, this is another thing I want to test. Because we are technically giving up a pawn. So I wanted to go queen b3. And how do you plan on defending that pawn? The thing is, if you castle, I want to go knight g6. Now, I could be wrong, and I guess I am. But it wasn't my idea at first. We can improve upon that. Maybe now go knight b1. Too much. It's too many pawns being given away. Okay, what do we do here? If black castles. Not enough. Okay, let's look again. Sorry. Here, 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 here. Here, here. We need to play in the spirit of the position. We need to make some moves with tempo. I'm not seeing any. That's why I've tried some stuff. Is this the spirit? It's kind of like quiet move. It's a quiet move that wants to regain the pawn down. If you take, I think I can capture with the queen maybe. And I should have plenty of compensation for the material down. For the pawn. It's just a pawn. We've seen worse. We've seen much worse than that. Okay. He chose this. He still wants to play d4, so it's going to be difficult to come up with something for black. If he goes bishop e6, I think we can probably take and then d4 and try to get those double pawns. The knight comes to d3. It's a pleasant position for white. And this looks balanced. Why not rook c8? Because we have something even better than that. That's something that white may want to do here. If I had a lot of time, I would consider this, but I do not have that much time with black. Still equal. That might be hanging. Okay, so maybe that's something that black should have done, but it doesn't come naturally to want to trade because you're seeing this specific knight unprotected. So the natural approach is to try to attack it, you know, but yeah. So white is up a pawn. Double pawns, but up a pawn. Hey, we won that. We won that. So this is the 5th grade, right? So Celine and Olivia are the top 2 players in this section. Celine seems to be having a pretty good position. So they played the Averbach system against the King's Indian. H4, H5. So she's going for the attack. Ah, she went for H6. Interesting. I thought you can wait a bit, but okay, she closed down the position immediately. I don't know if this was prep or not. Queen C2. Queen C2 is not liked by the machine. Maybe G4. To my knowledge, white usually does G4, G5, closes down that side of the board, and then attempts B3, A3, B4 with the Queen C2, maybe long castle, maybe keeps the king in the center, and something like that. So we're locking down that side, then attacking on this side. But I see she went for Queen C2, which now allows this, yeah, Knight G3 or Knight F4. And okay, well, why Knight? I like Knight F4 better for black, actually. So Akash might have chosen the wrong spot. Why Knight F4? That's a great spot for the knight. And if you do give up the bishop, I will be hurt. I will be hurt because look at the pawn structure. All of white's pawns are on light square, and you're staying with a light square bishop. So, no, you do not want this. You do not. You're trying to avoid this. That's why knight f4 is a better choice in my opinion. And you definitely do not want to take white's light square bishop. You want to play f5. You just take your knight, it's attack, you just put it on a square, let them take if they want to open up your bishop and destroy their entire structure. But yeah, knight g3, rook h3. Okay, Celine wants to play g5, I think. Eventually. No. Something I'm trying to understand is, why is black not playing bishop g5? That is black's worst bishop. Black needs to get rid of it. Like, it is what it is. It's fine if we trade it. And it's forcing, like, there's nothing you can do to avoid it. But if you wait a few more moves, I'll play king b2, you won't be able to trade it anymore. Or maybe I can go, let's see, let's come up with a goodie, with a good move. a3, b4? No, this is bothering me. How do I stop it? Oh, queen d2! Huh. Queen d2! No more trade for you. Eric Jar will win the whole thing. He shared first. He shared first place, so he could be a shared champion, co-champion. But yeah, he's had a nice tournament overall. He's the highest rated in his section. So if Salim plays queen d2, she will still have a better position. She just needs to figure out after, like, g5. So after queen d2, we want to go g5, push the bishop back, or rook f2, and try to figure out f4 at some point. Maybe king c2, prep. No a4, because a4 will be met with this. And we're trying to figure out how to open things up. Maybe with f4, maybe with a3, b4. This position looks quite fine. Slightly better for white due to the pawns, but this is the type of positions you get from the Slav. Wow, this was a game. And now it's not anymore because it's over. I had to make that joke to myself. Okay, so black was building up the pressure, definitely. Bishop e7 looks good. Okay, white is gonna try to break with e3. Black got e4 much faster. Just lover, hey, long time no see. Queen takes. And now white messed up. Look at this beautiful finish by black. Rook f2 check. Takes, and you're losing a piece. And, you know, obviously he couldn't take with the rook because that was gonna be a mate. So that's how Brian sealed the deal. And it's mate, so you don't actually manage to take the knight, but now extra piece. And okay, guess white played some more. Okay, interesting. Okay, another game that has finished relatively fast. Was there a blunder here or something? Oh my god, no! No! Opening traps. Opening traps. Happens. What to do? This is one of those things that you wanna make sure you review before a tournament. Just remember, do not take that pawn. Yeah, you could have taken it earlier when the pawn is in d4, not when it's not anymore. So okay, after that it makes sense that black has lost that game. And Dario is the leader with 6 out of 6, but he might be stopped by Matthew. And if he is, there will be a bunch of players catching up and being co-champions in this second grade section, because black's queen is looking trapped. We just need to figure out how to trap it. But I think I did kind of almost. There, done deal. So if white finds that, white will be winning this. And lastly, Mehmet has won, so he... Wow, this was actually quite a fast game. I will go to Eric's game after this. Okay, so white has allowed bishop takes a3. And look at the power of the bishops and the queen. So despite a tough loss in the previous round, Mehmet came back, and he potentially will be a co-champion. All right. So last thing that I will do is look at we can catch up with Eric Zhao's game. So he's playing on board 1 of the 11th grade, and it looks like not much has changed since we left off. But after that, I will be taking a short break, and we'll return. Of course, the games are getting very interesting. So this was just the Tartakova variation of the Karo. I think Eric surprised potentially Iris with the move a3. This is not usually a move that the white makes that often. I've seen maybe more like positions with c3, where white keeps a chain of pawns and then plays queen c2, potentially long castle, and then we'll have an opposite side castling attack. But in this game, he played a3, and that was followed with c4. So he wanted to have a more positional control of the center. And now this is the current position. Oh no, they made a few more moves. Rook e1, queen d7, and queen d7 was not that good of a move. Do we have queen h5? Or maybe bishop f5 first, depending on where you go with the queen. No, but now queen h5, that'll be g6. Yeah, g6 can happen anyways, and then the bishop can come back. Does White have time for rook e2, rook e1 and stuff, maybe? Looks like a nice idea, potentially, right? Oh, well, hi, Sophia. How are you doing? I forgot how old your daughters are. Yeah, two, right? 7 and 8. Okay, okay. Is they're younger, like when I met you 2 years ago, maybe in DC, or last year, 2 years ago, maybe. So rook e8, rook e2, rook e1 could be a nice approach for white, and then whenever we feel ready, we will move this bishop in. Yeah, it will take time. It will take time to improve, but this is definitely something that white wants to do. All right. So I will be taking about a 10-minute break. Maybe I can finally eat something. Somehow the day went by and I didn't. So I will grab something very fast, and I will be back. I'll leave you meanwhile with the overview of the top boards, and hope you will be here. That's okay. That's okay. Chess doesn't have to be necessarily done as a professional um, thing. We can also play for fun, for learning um, strategies, pattern recognition, planning ahead, managing time, and so on. Anyways, I will be back shortly, um, probably around 10 minutes break. So maybe grab yourself some snack, grab yourself some coffee, and we'll see you in a little bit. Hey everyone, I am back, reinforced with some tea, and I'm ready. Cheers to all of you. If you are in a place that's cold, I hope you stay warm. The weather has not been the kindest in some locations. Where I am, it's definitely quite cold, probably low 20s or below 20s in Fahrenheit. I looked it up to make sure I say the Fahrenheit degrees, otherwise you will think, who is this? Who is this person who doesn't know Fahrenheit? She's been living in the US for so long. Anyways, we are back and ready to take on the action, to bring back the action in this final round of K-12 grade championships. Okay, so I decided we are going to do another review from the beginning, from the first board of the 12th grade. We have Jed Sloan leading the competition. And black just castle long, and I'm just shocked. I was not expecting that move. I thought h5 normally is meant to g5, you know, you're just kind of trying to keep the position close, but castle was not one of the things that I would be thinking of here. Obviously, if you realize the king can hide away, then obviously, you know, you want to do it. Black is in a position where he has to win in order to try to finish on a top spot. Looking at the standings, he's on 5 points. He's one of the 2 players with 5 points, is him and William Safranek. And if he wins, obviously he is going to be champion or co-champion of this group. Hi, Sarhane. So he needs to try to put some pressure on white. Now, what is the best approach for white here to keep the edge? Like, in a way, this is tempting for me, but I do see knight f5 is an option, and I'm not sure if I'm ready for g4, so that's why I'm not going for queen f4. Yeah, check will help black bring the king back to b8. It's difficult. Maybe a4, a4, a5, a6. Why not? Just and a4 is nice that in some situations we can do a rook lift. So if you do a4, a5, maybe we can go rook a4 or b4. Now in the game, Jet played b4. It's marked as a mistake, but I don't think it's really that terrible. a4, no, rook b1. Why? Why not a4? Let's go. Let's go for the. Okay, he wanted to have the rook too. But I think black is playing on the wrong side of the board. Even if it looks like you should play here, because black has castled, I think he has to try to open up the position on the king side instead. I think that's more like it. So, okay, is rook c2 a serious threat? I don't think so. We can go a4. Or maybe Liang decided to go there to be able to retreat with the queen. But if we go a4, a5, we're going to certainly have a nice position here for white. So Jet's position is slightly better, but of course he still has to draw or win to maintain the first place. If only we had the rook in d1, you know, if only we had it, then rook f7 would have been even more brilliant. If we could put a triple exclam, we definitely would have. Here is of course quite good too, because the rook comes in and white gets the pawn back, but do we take with the rook or with the bishop? Probably rook. To maintain the pressure on b7, then after that maybe g3, king g2. Seems like a good position for white. Yeah, well, as good as it can be. I thought white was, no, this was the equal position. No, there was another one. So Advey is the one who has lost against Jed Sloan in the previous game. This game finished in a draw? Why bother? Why bother playing more? It's a long day. Let the others fight. I think these players, maybe they're friends. I would have played on. I'm a fighter. Too competitive. Sabina is the very competitive kind. Don't get in a fight with me. You never know. And I mean on the chessboard. Let's be clear. Please don't take things out of context. Fight on the chessboard. So an actual chess game. Queen takes b2, and yeah, the position is about equal, although white has the pawn in d5. It's not necessarily going to lead to something too aggressive. So yeah, okay, draw. So we have King's Indian with reverse colors, or Old Indian. Why would white play that without prepping? Knight h2 first, maybe. Knight g5, rook back to f1, and f4 is the typical idea. He wanted to go for this, but has he done the right thing, Amog? For this tournament, there's no rule that I know of. Yeah, they can offer whenever. I'm a bit puzzled by white's choice of not prepping f4. F4 is more of a typical approach, but okay, he maintains some ideas alive with king g2, rook h1. It's not gonna be super concrete because the knight in f8 does a great job at defending, but at least white will have some pressure. If it were me, I would still prepare f4. So king g2 might still be a part of the plan, but maybe rook f1 instead of rook h1, and then bishop d2 to be developed potentially, and then f4. So we basically would love for the pawn to be there, bishop moved, and then we go g4, g5. It takes a little bit of time, but I think that is a nice way of continuing with white in this position. The advantage is minimal, so. Okay, so in this position, after queen d7, h4 was played. I was thinking doubling up on the e-file, but looks like Eric decided to start advancing the h-pawn to create some weaknesses. Actually, it is true. If you do get the pawn in h6, you are undermining this chain, and f6 will become a target. So, oops, apologies. So bishop f8 was played, and now h5. Of course, with the same idea, bishop f8 does not stop any h6. And if black plays h6, black has to be very cautious because now the h7 square cannot be covered. You will need a couple of moves for that to happen. So knight e6, move the bishop, knight f8. Meanwhile, maybe white will be able to actually get some attack going. I'm even wondering about bishop takes h6 at some point in time. Like this. And yeah, we'll be threatening bishop h6. And queen d3 would be the idea, you know? It gets to be difficult to defend. g6 does not work. What if we play here to put pressure? Because this move is going to be met by, sorry, not there, not there. Knight g5 maybe, or g6? g6 followed by bishop g7, because now you got no pressure. Okay. So knight e6. Ah, but wait, I can play here. Can I? Black is getting the pawn back. Ah, okay, so this could be a defensive approach for black. Oh, did she play it? Oh, she just played it. She just played knight e6. She has to find a way to keep the h7 pawn covered on the long run. I zoomed in, zoomed out, zoomed in is different. I can't find something concrete. Oh. Zoned out, zoned. Wow. Clearly, I've been out. I've been out for a moment. Hi, Chloe. How are you doing? Sophia and Chloe. You enjoying chess? You should learn a bit. It's good for you. It's gonna teach you a lot of things in life. Queen g4. Okay. Okay. So let me understand. Ah, now I see. If you go knight c5, I got this move probably. Ready. I'm ready to meet the attack, and then you can go back because your queen and knight are hanging. And now I can do something. I don't know what, but something. I want to move. Oh, that's great. That's great, Just Lover. Good to hear that. Maybe now we should just go back, but then can they try knight c5 again? And then I just go back to d1, but then the knight comes in the center. No! I do not accept this. Do not accept it. Knight c5. Attack the queen. Knight back. How do we get some advantage with white? I have to be careful because g6 is a thing. Is a thing that's about to happen. d5? No, but it just gives up a pawn, no? Unless you don't want to take. Apparently it's good, but you don't take. Oh, fancy. Rook d1. Nice idea, Sarhani. I don't know if you saw Rook d1, but okay, we're gonna say that we're a team and we together have found this brilliant idea. Rook d1. I like that. That idea is pretty cool. Exactly. I mean, you want to get it. I would love to teleport it to g3, but we haven't invented that move yet. There's no teleportation allowed in the game of chess. Maybe some variant, but not this one. And yeah, this is kind of cute. Cute way to bring pieces into play. Okay, we'll have to wait and see if Eric is going for that line. Well, first off, we have to see if Iris goes for knight c5 or not. What if she plays g6 here? Because g6 is probably part of the plan to go bishop g7. And now, you know, with knight c5, knight back, white was being helped a bit, but you think of the knight as teleportation? Nah, that's easy. That's too easy. Nah. Is it really? You think? Let's invent a new move. We can teleport anywhere, anytime, any piece. No question asked. I don't know. Is white ready to sacrifice in g6? Probably not, right? I know. Bishops are tough to deal with. Yeah, I don't think that works. Actually, black can take with the h pawn too. See, now this d5 idea doesn't work so well, but maybe we can just retreat and then still have this d5 as an option, and then still with the rook coming in. I mean, it takes time, but yeah, it's not easy. I'm gonna let Eric figure that out. See, the beauty of having 30 positions is that you can just say, okay, yeah, good. Let's see what they can come out with, and then we're just checking it after. Taking the easy way out on that game. I will come up with an idea, I'm sure, but let's see if anything else is interesting here, because we are somewhat behind on some of these games. Just want to make sure that we cover everything. It looks so. Austin is getting the pawn. Why not? Why not? Slightly better position due to the bishop versus the knight. It is. It is. It definitely is very strong. It's not as strong as I think it could have been, but it is still pretty strong. The Super Nationals were way stronger than this one, but still pretty strong. And okay. White's on his way to win. This is the first board in the 10th grade. So if Sebastian wins, he's going to be the sole champion, I think. Or no, he was sharing first place with Nikash. Let me double check. No, he wasn't. He was sole leader with 5.5. Nikash is only on 4. So if he wins that, he will be the champion of the 10th grade. And whatever happened here? No moves since we left off, or what? After d6. Oh no, there are moves. So queen e5, okay, and after knight f4, black decided not to take the pawn in b2 and allow white's activity. And now still queen d5, centralizing of the queen. I love that move. Okay, black tries to avoid losing more material. Checky. Wow, cute idea. Such a cute idea. Look at that. So you can't take, you have to go bishop b7. At least black has managed to take that bishop out. But now we're up a pawn. I'm not sure necessarily if that was a move to be played. We can just let black capture. Why not rook c1? And trying to just have the rook on the c file, you know? I guess you wanted to win extra material. Okay. Nikash is up by a lot. 2 pawns. Bishop versus knight. He should be winning this. He should be winning, and he will be on first position temporarily, but likely second place. The previous game and the previous game, Sebastian is doing quite well, so likely he will be the champion in that group. So remember how we were talking about rook a to b1 in this position? But now rook d1 was played and black thought he could castle. But could he really? Now rook b1 was played. I just have one question. Is this not a possible move for white? Also, I was gonna go knight f6, but I don't see a mate. No. Knight g5. Who has been banned? I don't know what you're talking about, Wind Talkers. This is my... Or maybe we can actually take. This is kind of cute, right? Definitely very cute. Black has an annoying queen check. I don't care. I don't care about the checks, Arhane. I'm going for the mate. The check is unbothering me, not bothering at all. Oh, queen c5. I'm sorry. Okay, sure. Queen c5. Still not bothering me. I go here. No more checks. And I'll move the bishop, or I'll take. If you go here, I think. I'll take. It's kind of cute. I was gonna take in g6, but I'm not okay. Chained. This is much better. We maintain the pressure, but they're also threatening to take in e6, and with a queen too. It's looking good. Okay, now that the queens are off the board, the white is better, but I wish we had some more attacking ideas. Definitely queen c3, probably not my go-to move. I definitely would have focused on some kind of attack on that side of the board. I don't really see another defense other than g6. He still has a much better position and possibly could be on his way to win. I guess we can trade here and then take in c6. And though material is equal, white's pieces will be much better placed. This pawn is a monster. Rook a6 or rook c7 next. And the knight comes in, and white is for choice. Looks like this game is over. So despite messing up a little bit and playing bishop f2 and then bringing the bishop to h4, white was able to actually infiltrate. Wow. Oh, cute. I always love a good tactic like that. You cannot take because this is an x-ray. The rook protects the queen indirectly. So you have to go king f8, but now bishop g6, e4, beautiful, e4, e5, or takes, checky. And now rook takes f6. Very nice finish by Neil, and goes on to having a beautiful position. Very nice. Okay. And he wins, of course. How is Adi doing? Bishop b2. Adi is sharing first by half a point. And so draw secures him a shared first place. And it looks like he did get the draw, and he is at least a co-champion. Congrats, Adi. I had the pleasure of meeting Adi with his family at World Youth. Very, very pleasant person to talk to. Okay, threatening some knight b6, knight d6. The streaming lad? Which player are you? You told me who you are, but I forgot. But you won, right? You're one of the players in the tournament, right? If you want to share, it's okay if you don't. That's fine. It's fine. Wow. What? I was just asking which player you are. What a beautiful finish by white here. This was a nice game. Very well played. Very well played by Nitesh. Let me check from standings perspectives. So he wins and he catches up with Aditya. So we have at least two co-champions here. Aditya and Nitesh. White on board 12. Oh, that's you. Okay, brilliant. Very beautiful game. Very beautiful game. Yeah. I was just one thing I wasn't happy with in your game for white. This bishop f2 choice that you made. Here I thought bishop h4 was a slightly better idea because you don't want to restrict your. I mean, there's no way for black to play knight e4 anyways. There's no knight g4 anyways, but it's just trying to put some pressure. So that was the only thing I would have done differently. But the way it worked out, I mean, it was fine that you played it that way. You know, sometimes even things that maybe look a bit suspicious could play a role in a winning of a game because the opponent can get a bit unsure what's happening, and then you get your way. I love bishop h7. I mean, it was really nice. The rest of the game was beautiful. So good job. From the point of the view of the standings, I guess you are going to be where on 11th grade. Sorry, 10th grade. Barely top 10. Yeah. Well, there are 5 points, so yeah, you'll be top 10. That's okay. That's okay. Still pretty good. Have you played many of these? Have you played many of these tournaments? Is this one your first ones, or was it a DGT? I don't remember. Don't remember all the games. Let me see if it shows whom you played against in round 4. It was not a DGT, so I don't know. You've played it 5 times? Okay. Is this one of your best scores? Ah, okay. 5 out of 7, huh? That seems to be the number. Um, that's okay. That's okay. I mean, this tournament is getting stronger and stronger every year, so now you know you always have something to fight for uh for the next year. Uh, is this a DGT error thingy? Because why wouldn't black just take? I mean, this entire time he didn't take. Maybe he felt he can take it later or something. Okay. That's cool. It's chill. Wait, why didn't play this, or is this a GGT error? Now I'm definitely shocked. Um, this is mate. I think that's what he played. I mean, this is still winning. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. This actually was played at rook d4. He missed. He didn't play rook takes g6. They played a lot of moves. White is probably playing on time because black is down to 13 seconds, but still. I mean, you have to play the position. Okay, it's a pity. That would have been a really cute tactic. That was missed. These players have agreed on draw. What have we got here? On castle. I like that capture. Then this knight's gotta go, and then maybe e5. Yeah, the bishop does need to be traded. I feel like I like queen here, or maybe queen e2. Just keep the pressure. Actually, what about this move? This looks nice, right? Because if you play b6, then the bishop is restricted, so... I guess we lose c4, but how... I don't know how much we should care about that pawn when this bishop is remains out of play. Rook f1. Bring a new piece into the game. The more the merrier. We'll have sacrifices shortly. But we're not in a rush, you know, but certainly we will have some sacrifices somewhere. So white is good in this game. I have the feeling this game finished in a draw, yeah. Yeah, I'll go there shortly, just a moment. I just wanted to see what else we've missed, because current positions are... Okay, so white... Wow. I'm always surprised to see these players getting into such big time troubles. Oh! So Celine did in fact play a4, and now she could have captured in g6. Isn't this like a GG? Uh-oh, Celine, you missed this. She missed knight takes g6. This would have been a brilliant idea. Okay, she took the bishop. She still should be winning. She went for the endgame. Okay, that pawn is weak. So now she's gonna go here and take it, or she's gonna go here and take it. Okay, so she's still winning, but rook takes g6 would have been nice. I'm getting to that game in just a moment. This is one of those that you prep for a bit, and then d5. Very nice d5. Oh no. Uh-oh. This is gonna... Wait a second, doesn't this just win? I guess bishop e4 wins too. Rook d8. And Jack is on his way to winning this extra piece. So if Celine wins, she is the sole champion in the 5th grade, and I can take credit that I taught her a couple of classes. Can I? Am I allowed? Am I allowed to? At the castle camp. No, she has her own coach. Don't we just love? I think Gigi should make like a tactic with all queen sacrifices that happened in this tournament, because there certainly were a bunch. Black sacrifice, white is like, nope, you take mine, then I'll take yours. Okay, we're going to a Mox game. I think the rest of the games are done, and this should be a draw unless someone blunders. Yep. What's rook endgame? Another potential draw. We've seen this win. We've seen this win. Wow, Dario saved himself? Smart move. He offered a draw and his opponent accepted, or his opponent offered a draw. Smart move. Smart move. Nice one. And he is the champion in the 2nd grade. Congratulations to Dario. If that was a draw, and then Mehmet finishes. Okay, let's go to Amog. See what we've missed here. So he was putting some pressure last time I checked that game, but I thought that he should have played with the f4, but he didn't. Now let's see what he's done. Rook b1. he must play 3 before, I guess. He could have just played a3. Okay. I really think white should try to play f4 here. So maybe bishop d2, a4 can be met with b4. So we are not worried about that. Okay, I guess he played it now. Fine, no trades, I agree. No trades, and now rook f1. Very nice. g5. Oh, that's a big weakness for black. That's definitely a big weakness. Well, Amog is enjoying a nice attack on the king side. I can't say much more whether he will be able to convert this or not. It's a closed down position, and he needs a bit more reinforcing pieces, like maybe queen g4, rook h6, rook h1 is something I'm thinking. And with the queen in g4, he also has ideas to play. Maybe f4. So that would be something I would be considering potentially here for white, to try to further improve this position if we want something concrete. Bishop b4. So that's I was about to say, that's black's bad bishop. We don't want to trade it. Let's go back. So he did. That's good. Okay, so does black. Now he wants a4 again, potentially. He's thinking. He actually could have potentially played a4. Why didn't he? Ah, because of a3, b4. Never mind. Never mind. So bishop back. So I would go queen g4. I mean, queen h5 doesn't help because you're not going to sacrifice in g5. So, just queen g4. Double up. I would not play. I don't think I'd play a3 before. No, queen g4. That's the deal. That is the deal that we have to take. Yeah, he's doing better, but it's still. Oh, Jed drew. Okay, so Jed has secured his first place. Congratulations, Jed. Nicely done. I was expecting you to play a4, but that's okay. Queen h3. Why he played king h1, I don't know. These last two moves of white's don't make sense to me that much. Let black capture in h5 if they want to. It's not gonna lead to anything. We can just go a4, I think, right? Am I completely... No, I'm right. Queen h3 now, and we will recapture. There's no need to move the queen just yet. But okay, I think he just didn't feel the position anymore. He wasn't confident in what his plan would be, though I do believe a4, a5 is definitely the start. Maybe after that a6, and then switching over the c file, and then try to slide the queen on the other side. But I think he probably didn't feel good about his chances anymore, so he offered a draw. So that was a good approach, I'd say, for that position. William was doing quite well, so if William wins this, in the 12th grade we'll have him catching up with Jed, and then they will be co-champions. So that remains to be seen what's going to happen in this game, but at the moment it looks pretty good for white, considering that both of those pawns are hanging, and black's rook in a8 is completely out of play. So there's that. This game ended in a draw. Amok did play good g4. Okay, good one, Amok. Listening to me, or I'm reading your mind, one of the two, because that was played. We have a 2-move delay, so those moves were played before I talked about it, very likely. d5 takes rook e5. So it looks like Eric did go for the idea that we found together with Sarhane earlier. So he switched over the position of the rook to d1 before playing d5. Obviously avoided a queen trade. Maybe he has not chosen the best location for the queen. Maybe g3 actually I don't like because of bishop d6, but this also does bishop d6. Should he have traded queens? Or h4? Oh, no. I'm a bit confused as to what is the best placement of the queen, unless... Cannot be 2, is it? No. So what? Is the endgame better for white? How? He has the bishop here, but how is he? Oh, d5. It's because of this tactical idea, because you can't take. That's why it works. No, otherwise I wouldn't trade queens, because you can still maintain some attacking idea. I mean, it's not necessarily something you want to do, right? Yeah, d5. I played it. I think we have a little bit of a delay. Yeah, trade queens and d5. Very nice. But he ended up playing it anyways here. h6 blocks in the bishop, and then maybe you have to go to h8, yeah. And the sad story for black is that if you take, Wait, how did I see this? Because if I take, you take, and I'm not... One second. What do we do after rook takes? We can just capture, and a rook d1 followed by bishop b3 or e4, and white wins material. Wow, this is beautiful. So since black cannot take, now Eric is on his way to win this very much. I thought Vasigaran was doing better. How did he end up getting worse? Yeah, Ryan is potentially winning this. I mean, it looks like he will be. What has Logan been doing since we left off? I don't remember which moment. Rook c2. Nice. Push the knight back. Bishop. Maybe I would have played rook d8 first, but okay. Oh. Logan wins a piece. Logan wins a piece. Okay, so now he's on his way to winning this. Oh, that was kind of a nice idea. Rook c2. Rook c2 was hanging, so White went on the wrong path to trade black's knight in b3 and failed to realize that he would be losing a piece when trades were going to happen. And now Logan, though he seemed to have had a slight inferior position at some point, now he's up a piece and he should be able to convert this. The a pawn being further away and passed like that the way it is should give white more chances to play for a win here for sure. I can see a lot of these games kind of getting to be one way. Nikash has won. Yeah, he had those two extra pawns in this position traded off to a simple rook endgame. And two extra pawns, white should be able to win. What? Why did black drop that? Did we see this already? No. Black just dropped the rook. Okay, it's a difficult position, but he just dropped an exchange. Maybe he thought the b pawn was going to help him convert, but not enough. This beautiful game by Neil. Co-champions there, Aditya and Nitesh. Black's looking good in this one. So in the end, Christopher has won, it looks like. Despite the missing of beautiful sacrificing g6. I don't know if he won on time or the position, but mate is approaching. Queen d7 or queen e6, check, check, and mate. Very nice win by Christopher. The lower rated of the two, so this is quite a bit of an upset, I gotta say. That game finished in a draw. Okay, white will recapture and black will take this pawn too. Maybe this game could potentially finish in a draw. I kind of was thinking of some ideas like this and then try to take the knight and infiltrate with the queen or something. Haha. So he did go for the sacrifice in the end, but I thought the queen could be placed slightly on a slightly better position to actually have some ideas of infiltrating, but c5 is unstoppable. c5 and then we get the infiltration. Okay. I can see a lot of these games are finishing off. So I think what we will end up doing is Celine missed a bit of her chances here. I will have to take a short break in a little bit. My cat is asking for food. It's past her dinner time. It's past her dinner time. Okay, now it's not that simple anymore. Every time I look down, she meets my eyes and she's meowing. It's like, come on. Literally. Okay, I need to go. I need to take the break shortly. Oh, this is a cute mate. Reggie, I'm coming. Just give me a moment. Oh no! Yes, Regina. You're hungry? Okay, I'm coming. No, but this is not this is not necessary. We this is if you do this then you're losing. The problem is the pawn is not close enough and we don't have the pawn in a2 for black, and because of that we can hide with the king and free up the rook and win. So we have to play very precisely with white. So Regina, one moment. The king is badly placed, but I think if we go king c2 we should be fine after this. Can we go king c2 here? Oh no. Yeah, king c2, because if you check me I go here, and if you check me I go here, and if you take a stalemate, right? King c2, and if you check, yeah, I'm in the box. I mean, I'm getting in front. So this is the move, but yeah, rook c8 loses because you don't get the chance to go king c2 anymore, because a2 and the rook controls the promotion square. Oh, wait. So this doesn't work, right? Because this we just take and this is winning. So after king b3 is gonna check. But if we come here, this is a draw. So wait a second, how is black actually winning here? First of all, the rook should have gone to h1, but okay. We're gonna pretend like it's fine, because the furthest away you go, the better it is. But okay, he went to g1. Oh, sorry. Okay, wait, what are we talking about? King d4. This doesn't work because we check you. And we come here. This is winning. So king d4. So if you check, we can approach the rook now because, you know, rook e1 doesn't help, and then there, oopsie. And if we do this, then a2, and you can't take because check, bam, boom. Oh, is this game ending in a draw now? Okay, you still have to be careful, but king b4, and then you go grab the pawn. If you go king c2, you allow not much, but yeah, you allow a few more moves. But it is there's going to be a draw. Even Regina agrees, right? Yes. Okay, guys, I cannot let her. She's being sad. She's being sad. All right, I will leave you. I will leave you with the overview of all the games. This will be my final break of the day, maybe around 10 minutes. Make sure I get Regina fed. It's going to be intense because so the round started at 2 p.m. local time. Now it's 5, so they've been playing for about 3 hours almost. So the end is approaching, and then of course we will want to stay for the standings and, you know, thank yous and everything. So I'll go grab my final tea, feed Regina, and I will be back shortly. Thanks for staying close, and I'll leave you with the overview only of the games that are still being played. If you want to catch up with the results and the pairings, there's a command for that, for results, and then of course you have the games pinned in case you want to see any others than the ones I'm leaving. But if you want to also check out with the standings, you feel free to, or results or pairings, you feel free to do so in the link provided in the chat. We'll be seeing you guys very shortly. Stay close. Bye for now. All right, everyone. Looks like we only have like 6 games remaining. That was fast. It was the fastest round. Let's see what's left. Regina decided to stay and be a kibitzer. Right, Reggie? Yeah, she's the kibitzer. Chef. The chef kibitzer. Okay. So let's see. So William has won. Nice. So he's co-champion with Jed Sloan. Congratulations to both. Brilliantly played, both of you. That game ended in a draw. Amog. Amog's game is still being played. And oh no, it's over. Let's see. Was he able to win? Okay, Rook H1 was played. Yes. Knight G6, huh? Doesn't that just allow the capture? Yeah. And infiltration. Infiltration of the queen. Hey, Statue, what's up? You see that queen infiltrate? Wow, the mate is coming. Queen h8, rook h7, beautifully done by Amog, and he wins the final round. Started with a win, arrived in late, started with a win, had some losses on the way, but he's back. Probably he's gonna finish in top 10, maybe even higher. Looks like this game is over too. We stopped off around here. Queen f8, queen d7. Oh, and the previous game? Yeah, queen d7. Queen f7. I'm gonna debate if I'm gonna take your queen or rook h7, or take your knight. Sorry, your rook or take your queen. One of the two. Yes. Yeah, Regina is ready in combative mode. She's had her dinner, so now she's more chill. Good win for Amog. So Eric has won in the end this game. So after queen, beautifully played. Tough loss for Iris, but queen b6, okay. And now the pawn promotes. Yeah, rook e8 is unstoppable. So this is how that game finished. This game is still in progress. Well, this would probably allow this idea, so it wouldn't have worked. And I thought Vasigaran was doing better, but I guess now he's losing. Yeah, actually, before I left, it looked like he was going to potentially lose that, but yeah. This is tough. Did Logan win? He was winning last time we checked, I think. Okay, extra piece, yeah. Okay, nice win for Logan. Well done, Logan. This game, White's pushing the A pawn. Can you stop it is the question. Yes, sweetie. What is it? I'm not sure who can win this. This will likely finish in a draw because the queen cannot coordinate with anything else. Only if black is the one playing for a win, but I doubt it. He has to just secure his knight. If he puts it in d5, he will be fine. He just needs the knight to be on a safe spot, safe location. So that game will end in a draw. Sebastian has won his game. The extra pawn, of course, has helped. But he's, look at that. So he took in g6, weakened the king. Now he's coming back. He's created the weakness in g6. Probably rook h7 could work too, the rook g7. Yeah. Unless you're playing Magnus. Okay, possibly. Possibly. And the story was wrote in that game. We have seen this wing. And this one as well. Neil has won. He stopped by the stream. This game had ended in a draw. Beautiful finish by Nitesh for this game. This is still in progress, but black is looking great. Okay, chill. Be chill. Yeah, like Magnus usually says he doesn't believe in fortresses, right? He doesn't believe in fortresses. Okay, Reggie. This was your last seeing the Reggie. She was, usually she has her moments that she's meowing for a bit. So in order to avoid the distraction, I decided to keep her close, but I think she should be fine now. Bishop e3. Yeah, okay. Black is a lot of pawns up, so I just still, it's tough to accept defeat, I know. Okay, this game will last some more, but black is on the way to win. We've seen this. This was the game where sacrificing g6 was possible. This game was quite equal. This wins, right? And now was the best move. Should we go knight g7? Just as a fancy way? As a fancy way to finishing this game off? Nope, he didn't wanna. He didn't wanna listen to me. Oh. What is he doing with the knight in c8? That doesn't help the promotion of the pawn. Ethan may have made the mistake of playing against his opponent's time instead of the position. I mean, he had... So this, right? You only have one move. And then we go here. The threat is takes, knight there. And the queen coming in also. Or here. So you don't have time to take, for example, because we take, and this. And no way to... Okay, we can take here and... Well, We should not call it just yet. I should not call it just yet. Black is getting back into the game. Black has a win in this position. Isn't he winning after queen e1? Threatening rook e2. You gotta go back. And I think... Why is this? Oh, sorry, I'm dropping the rook. Wait a second. I mean, worse comes to worse. Could I do this? Or no? No, because then, no. Okay, he doesn't have time though. What about rook somewhere? I just don't know, maybe here? Because the knight, white is basically playing a rook down. The knight is stuck, right? So the threat is something like this. How many times have they repeated? Okay, they might, Ethan might take a draw if he realizes that he's lost. He has no other place. I mean, he has to go back to g2 probably to avoid losing immediately. Or is he... No. He should go to c2 because it's 3 times, 3 full repetition. So it's going to be claimed, I think, 3 times if he ends up doing that. It says mate in 6. Where's the mate in 6? Can this be? Oh, and rook g8 now. Wow. And if you go rook g2? I'm speechless. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I think they agreed on a draw. Wow. Unexpected. This was unexpected. Ethan was doing so great. I was claiming I was Queen e1. There's nothing to do. I mean, if you go king h3, I think just rook g8 and or something like this. Or sorry. Wait. This wait, it doesn't work. You don't have time. The problem is black had 9 seconds, so you cannot, blame yourself for not finding the win, but oh, sorry, rook e2. Rook e2, move the queen, checky checky, rook g8, maybe me. Wow. Chloe won. Okay, Sophia, is Chloe the younger or the older one? I'm speechless about this game. I have no. This is what happens sometimes in chess. You're winning, you miss the opportunity, the opponent is given the opportunity. If they miss it, it goes back and forth until at some point you gotta choose. You gotta choose. Good job, Chloe. Good job. Sophia, don't give up also. Oh my goodness, that was intense. That was very intense. Did this game end in a draw, or did someone blunder in this one? It says 0-1. Stream still going strong. We just saw an unexpected result here. I've been surprised. I don't know. Did someone blunder? F3. F3. Oh no. Final round is tough, guys. It's very tough. Oh no, Celine lost. Oh, this is sad. So both girls lost, because Olivia also lost, and Celine was winning. How did she lose that endgame? Okay, she lost because she got into a rook endgame and she had to defend, and it was not easy. I think she has to keep the king more central, potentially. Make it more difficult for the opponent, but oh no. And her opponent played so well, Akash. Yeah, now he's winning. He has 2 extra pawns. So she went from being up material to being down to... Ay. That was tough. Sorry about that, Celine. This game finished in a draw. Okay, so how many games do we have remaining at this point? Do we still have any games remaining? No, I think everything is over. This was intense. I think this calls for a recap of this final round, because it's been totally unexpected and stressful for everyone. I think I did not expect this day to finish in this fashion, but the pressure of the competition, the pressure of finishing on the top place, I don't know, so many things at hand have changed a lot of the results in some of these games. So I think we should do an overall review as we're waiting for the standings to be posted. Once you guys see the standings, please do let me know. I would like to congratulate all of the winners, all of the players for competing. Kudos to the parents for supporting them despite their results. I hope, regardless of the result, that your children have had in this tournament, you will find it in your power to continue supporting their path in chess if they do wish to continue. And yeah, without further ado, let's get into the review. So in the 12th grade, we had the top two players, Jed Sloan and William Safranek. Well, Jed Sloan was the only player with 5.5, and then William Safranek and Yu Cheng Liang were with 5. Now Jed has been stopped here by Yu Cheng Liang, but that means he goes on to 6 points, and William finishes in second. Shared first with Jed. Jed had a very interesting position around here. It seemed that he was going to play potentially for some winning ideas and like gaining more space on the queen side with a4, a5. Chose to play b4 instead and brought in this rook to the b file, not the c. I would expect it to be going to the c file, though a4, a5 seemed quite natural for me as a continuation. And after a few more moves where both players seemed to kind of not be sure, not take any decisions on whether they're going to open something or push some pawn forward or anything, white played king h1 and offered a draw. And with this, he secured his co-champion title. Liang Yucheng has accepted, so he's sharing third place with whoever else comes from behind. William Safranek had a beautiful game, I would say. It was relatively balanced. After bishop e5 in this position, he decided to go for a nice tactic, and I was hoping the rook was in d1 so that it actually would be even more amazing, but we have to play with the cards that are being dealt to us. So after rook takes f7, rook takes, rook f1 was played. White was able to infiltrate with the rook, and despite not having that much advantage, was able to take control of the position and capitalize on a mistake of black's. After knight f4, bishop g4 was played, which kind of exposed the bishop. I'm not sure actually what the better location for the bishop would have been, because regardless of where you put it, it could be in trouble. Maybe a6, or maybe I don't know. Thanks, chess lover. That drops a pawn. Maybe a5, a5, a4, a3. Since black has the bishop pair, maybe he can try to get a little bit of ideas here with opening up the rook from the side. But as the game continued, bishop d1 was, this was probably the little tactic that black had, but that was about it. He had to have a follow-up to that, and that's why pushing the a pawn would have helped. And not long after, in fact it was here, that black didn't know what to do, and as this knight infiltrated, white took black's good bishop, and now remained very active with a lot of weaknesses on the 7th rank. That step by step got captured, and William was able to convert his advantage. So this brought him co-champion in the 12th grade. This game finished in a draw. The players accepted it relatively fast in the game. Amok has had an interesting story, and we know it because the parents joined in the stream. His flight was delayed for the first game, finally arrived on time-ish, around the same time that the first round should have started, rushed to the game, ended up winning it, had a couple of setbacks with 2 losses, yet in round 2 and in round 5, yet he was able to come back and finishes the tournament strong, I believe with 5 points out of 7. Pretty good result. It is around here, after rook h1, that he was able to capitalize on a mistake of black's. The position of white has improved step by step from before, but after knight g6, he was able to infiltrate with the queen. With the bishop in f5, white still needs to figure out a way to infiltrate. They have more space, but you still have to figure out when you move the bishop so that the queen gets to c8. But this has made things easy because after bishop takes, rook takes, trades happened, the queen infiltrated to c8, and now this rook comes to h1. In combination with the queen, white gets to win here. If queen f8 had been played in this position, I believe Amal could have given this check, followed by a rook h1. Actually, sorry, followed by this check. Didn't let me. Followed by this check, grabbing this rook. It was doing something earlier. It had a purpose, but now it's just hanging. So white wins because of that. So beautiful win by Amog, finishing in top 10. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait for the standings. I can't. I'm not aware of what the other results have been, so I do not know what had happened. This position that came through from a Tarkov variation of the Caro-Kann gave white a little bit of an edge, with the 2 pawns being more central, giving them more space. White ended up slowly improving the position. This h4, h5, h6 was kind of the start to weakening black's position on the king side, and then white switching back to a move that normally you want to make, because looking at the pawn structure, white has a majority on the queen side, so d5 is a move that needs to be supported. So after having weakened black's position for quite a bit, white switched back to the d file, played d5 with some inaccuracies maybe in the way, but once that pawn was pushed, it was difficult for black to stop it here. So d6, and white went on d7. No move for the knight. The knight was trapped. Black tried to win a final pawn, but after rook e8, bishop f8, it is game over. Mate is coming the next move. We can promote to a rook or queen. Tough loss for Iris, but I gotta say I was definitely impressed with her play in the tournament as well, and I'm sure we're going to hear her name very soon, potentially competing in the US Women's Championship. So Eric wins this and is on 6.5. The other player who could have caught up and finished on shared first was Nandakumar Vasegaran. Unfortunately, he ended up blundering in, I thought, a better position and ended up losing. Therefore, that makes Eric the sole winner in the K-11. Congratulations to Eric. Tough one for Vasegaran. Basically, it was, I thought it was kind of a nice, it started as an unexpected move order with e3, knight f3, and b4. White got pretty much everything that they wanted out of the position, more space, good development, nice placement of the pieces. But I think at some point something went wrong with the pushing of these pawns. Though when we are analyzing this, I thought maybe h3 could be played, or maybe queen b3 could be played here by white. But even such, as the game was played, a6 created a potential breakthrough with c5, but White might have played it just a bit too soon. I don't know what would have been a better approach. Maybe rook c1, queen b3, and bishop a3, and then c5. He has pushed it a bit too soon, giving black the opportunity to kind of regroup, and there was never really any kind of attack on the king side. But still, the position was equal. It was just around maybe here somewhere where white allowed some infiltrations and black was able to capitalize on a weak king and win here the exchange. Rook takes g4. I don't know. White must have felt crammed up too much. Didn't find a way to defend the mate. I guess he might have feared this, though. I don't think that's a big issue. There's no infiltrations with this bishop hanging. I don't know if black can play f5 and then no, probably not, because we take. Maybe rook h8 could be an idea. I mean, it is difficult indeed to come up with something specific, but the way the game was played got very bad for white very fast, and Ryan was able to outplay his opponent and win in the end. Logan was able to win in a nice fashion, taking advantage of a blunder of his opponent. The entire idea that white played, maybe even earlier than that, to bring the knight to be traded in c5 instead of trying to just go to d2. Not immediately, but at some point, because f4 is always a thing. So rook c2, maybe rook c3 could have been played. Actually, does this work? What if I choose to just let you take the... Actually, this is not that bad for white. Interesting. Despite losing the exchange. h7 is also hanging. But it's difficult to make that decision unless you see something concrete. You normally don't sacrifice material like that, you know? This one was board 7. So board 7 was board 3 of the 11th grade. yeah, this was definitely the final blunder, which allowed black to win material after this deflection. White remains with both the rook and bishop hanging and ended up losing a piece. And from there, it was just a matter of technique until black was able to win. I guess this game ended in a draw, right? Unless someone... Black dropped way too many pawns. Okay, it should be a draw. There's no way. Okay. Finally, they agreed on a draw. The rook is protected in f4. You can never take it because you'll be down. You'll be down a pawn in a king and pawn in game, so you'll be losing. So yeah. Okay. Going on to the next category, which was 10th grade. Going into the round in the 10th grade, we had Sebastian and Nikash, I believe, sharing potentially. Or no, I think Sebastian was alone. He was lonely. He was not lonely. He was just a sole leader. He was the sole leader in the competition, and he did end up winning this game, that giving him the title of champion in the 10th grade. Second place goes to Nikash, who was able to outplay his opponent in a rook endgame. This was some, kind of a nice tactic that he found here, was grabbing the freebie when knight takes f5, capitalizing on the fact that you cannot take because of the fork. And then he ran with it. Gordon also won the game, and Neil finished the tournament with 5 out of 7 as well, with a beautiful win. Coming out of a London system, he was able to build up a nice attack, and I really liked here how the game continued. Bishop h7 deflection. Black was unable to take because the queen is hanging with, I call this x-ray, I don't know what you call it, but it's like an x-ray to me. Black proceeded with queen g8, and after the opening of the center, black's king did not survive much longer, and the game ended here after rook takes e5 because of the pin, and you don't have any checks. It's nice to have knights, isn't it? Aditya Aditya was sole leader, but he was caught up by drawing this game. He was caught up by Nitesh, who won, and then we got two champions there. It was kind of nice how Nitesh outplayed his opponent here. I mean, bishop takes f7 and just winning material, and then rook f7 is a nice touch, but obviously he's already winning with the extra material here. Oh, I didn't even see this game finished. Sandeep played till the end, but it was a blunder that someone made. Yeah, nobody understood why the pawn in d3 wasn't captured. I did not understand. I don't know what was going on through black's mind, why they didn't take it, but eventually they still ended up winning the game. This was that cute, very cute potential sacrifice in the position that Christopher missed, but I'm gonna show it anyways for the beauty of it. Rook takes g6 would have led to a mate in 5 or 6. Checky. King g8 makes it the longest. Checky, 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 matey. I don't know why I'm calling it like that. It's a cute mate, so it deserves diminutives for it. But this move could have been played twice in a row. This was the second moment. It's not really leading to mate now, but still bringing in black's king out in the open would eventually lead to okay, king is basically the same line. Check. And then we got queen g3 check and bishop coming in mate. So you have to go knight e5, and then once that knight is captured, white shall be able to win even more material. But it looks like in the end, white still was able to win despite missing this game. And there were a couple of games that ended in a draw. This particular one was a scare, I think. Around move 20-ish, Ethan was outplaying his opponent. He was able to open up the position, put pressure on the f-file, and he just had to figure out where he wanted his queen to be placed before sacrificing the exchange in e5. He ended up doing it a bit too soon, in my opinion. I thought the queen could have belonged somewhere around here or somewhere where it had the ability to infiltrate that way. That was my personal opinion about the position, but he ended up going for rook takes, infiltrated, got his pawns to be advanced and passed. Look at the beauty of this position. c6 coming in with tempo and d7, and now that the pawn is there, it was just necessary to figure out the right way to promote it. He ended up allowing a bit of activity for black, but in the end he took the pawn in e5, and I thought the game was getting ready to be won by white after the move rook e8, rook g8, knight g7, and with the idea of capturing knight e8, blocking in the rook. And if there was another need for another support, the queen could have come. But instead of that, Ethan chose a strange continuation which got his knight stuck in c8. I wonder if the reason for this entire idea was looking at his opponent very low time, because the black was playing on seconds basically with a 10-second delay, and it's usually stressful and there's an opportunity to make a mistake. But what happened here is now white has to be cautious, because suddenly the position opened up, white's king is not so safe anymore, and these two pieces can get coordinated to actually try to win a queen. Ethan plays this move, queen c2, which misses the beautiful, I think, queen e1, threatening rook e2 check queen. So the only way to avoid that is playing rook f2. Should white consider playing king h3, I believe we can have, like, there were a variety of ideas that were possible. I think we decided on rook e2, and then the queen comes here, rook g8. This king is in big danger. And after queen e1, if you go rook f2, there's actually a mate in 6. At first, it took me some time realizing it, because it looks that white's king is perfectly protected. The rook is in f2, there's pawns in front of it, and black only has the queen and the rook. Well, they have this rook too, which can come into play, and that's why mate is on the horizon here. So we're going for the checky. You have to take king g2, allows queen h1 mate. So you have to take, and now rook to g8. Rook to g8 helps support the queen to go to g1 and to g3 for a mate. And if white goes rook g2 to cover it, well, it's going to be mate, just a tad longer, which is perfectly fine because we want to win. We don't care about the moves as long as it's forcing, right? And there was no defense. Luckily for Ethan, he was given one more chance, and his opponent repeated the position. Queen g2 had to be played, but as the players repeated the position, finally there was a claim of threefold, and they agreed on a draw. Black still had till the last moment the idea of queen e1 and could have turned the tables, but when you have that little time, it's stressful. I know every draw counts, so draw sounds goody. At this point, this game ended in a draw. This was somewhat of a heartbreaking result, I'd say, because this endgame should be a draw as long as white is cautious about the way these pawns get traded. I think there should be no problem in getting a draw. But white misplays. I think the correct move would have been this one, to keep the pawn attacked, and if trades happen, the king and knight should be able to stop black's pawns. But white started pushing that pawn, which gave black the opportunity to bring in the knight and grab that pawn. And this f3 also was very helpful. I think after this, we maybe not yet, still king f4 probably. King f4, we can take that pawn and then e3. And black went to take the pawn and won the game. To what extent are these tournaments a preview for Super Nationals? I'm confused. I'm not. I don't believe I'm understanding your question. So, this is the grade championships. This tournament happens in the winter, around like second or third weekend. It's usually the second weekend in December, and it's the basically winter or fall nationals, and all the tournaments from kindergarten to 12th grade are being held in the same place, but all together. There's no separation for under sections and stuff. Usually during the spring, the tournaments are taking place separately. So we have the elementary championships, middle school championships, and high school championships. So so K through 6, K through 8, and K through 12. It's called like that, but it's basically in those tournaments there are different sections. So you can also register, I think, in under 1400, and I'm not aware with all of them at this point out of the top of my head. But yeah, Super Nationals happens once every 4 years. And instead of having 3 separate tournaments in the spring in different locations, they all happen in the same location every 4 years. So we get all of the kids from kindergarten to 12th grade, but they also have the ability to play in under sections, not only their own like grade. They can play in their grade, but under 1400, for example. So that's how it happens. It's a much bigger competition with players from all over. Now, these players, of course, will meet one another again if they go to compete. A lot of them, if they get to be stronger and get titles, might not come anymore to compete in these tournaments. But a lot of them, a lot of the top US grandmasters that you see have probably competed in at least one, and maybe won it in their path of getting to the professional level that they are today. No, these tournaments are not always in the same location. It's always a different location, and you can find all the information about tournaments on US Chess, on the US Chess website, uschess.org. And if you go on the main page, you can click on play, and then there's a drop down button. You scroll to the second thing, which says national events. You can click on that, and you can see the calendar for the national events organized. The next year we will have the high school championship in March 27th to 29th. It's going to take place in Chicago. And then the elementary championship, so K through 6, May 1st to 3rd, is going to take place in Baltimore, while the middle school, K through 8, will take place on between May 15th and 17th, and it will take place in Round Rock, Texas. So yeah, so because this year was a Super Nationals year, the next year is going to be, for our Super Nationals, is going to be 2029. I don't know in which location. I didn't memorize them all by, but you can find all the information going on US Chess website. Yes, yes. So it's a national championship basically. A lot of countries have their national championships by age category. So it's under 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, and 20. But in the US with the I don't know what was the reason for it, but it goes by grades. I think it's also because there's team competitions going on, and a lot of kids represent their schools, and there's some sponsorships from schools going on, so it could be the reason for that. But they meet on with one another. Of course, they're in the same grade, so they improve together. Some of them are friends. Some of them have stopped on stream telling me that they're friendly with one another and such. Are you broadcasting the ceremony? No, I am not. If you're on site, you probably should get ready to go for the closing ceremony. It's supposed to start. So the K1 awards started around 5:30 p.m. local time in exhibit hall B2. The award ceremony for for grades the 2nd to 12th grade is going to start around 6 p.m. So maybe in around 7 minutes in exhibit hall A. So if you're on site, you probably should head there. Maybe not listening to me while there, because you need to hear the name of the you need to hear the names. I just wanted to make sure I do a bit of review as I was waiting to make sure all of the standings are being posted. This was definitely a heartbreaking moment because I do know Celine, and she was having a pretty good position. Unfortunately, she allowed the trade of the queens for some reason here, and instead of going for this beautiful knight takes g6 move, she could have won on the spot, because if the bishop goes back to g7, we can simply take it and win the queen. Instead, she went for queen takes c3, and though she was still winning, trading the queens and getting into that endgame step by step, she ended up making mistakes, and unfortunately it brought her defeat. Olivia lost as well, so they've lost their championship title, both of them. This game finished in a draw. In the end, this was a draw. So this was a very interesting end game, I gotta say, because it's supposed to be a draw, but you have to be precise. So white did the right thing by placing the rook behind the pawn, then checked black, brought in the king close, checked black's king again, and it is here that white messed up by playing this move, rook to c8. Instead of that move, in order to get a draw in this position, white should have gone king c2. It's not an easy move to see. It's easy to be scared that rook c1 would be played, but we're in the box, so this draws the game. And in case black gives this check, it's another thing to be scared about. You might think you have to go there, and then they move the rook and promote. But no, we don't go there. We actually go king b1, attacking the rook. If you take, we take. That's a draw. And if you check, we go king a1. Important move, which leads to a stalemate. So this is something that was missed by white, and now black is winning. Rook g1 was played for the future, just for the purpose of, making sure we keep things in a good fashion and not give any chances to the opponent. The further away we can go with the rook, the better it is for, lateral checks. But this is winning as well. It's just in this position, black hadn't realized about this huge resource of white's to retreat with the rook to c1, and has played king d5, which allowed rook c1, after which the game is drawn. King d4 was the correct move, because now after rook c1 we can check, king goes to d1, king d3, and we're threatening mate. That pawn will promote, and black is winning. Not to fall for this idea with king b3 either, because after check, we cannot get in front of the pawn. That would allow white's king to approach, and this is a draw as well. So the only winning idea would be keeping the king close enough to white's here in d4. And in case you give checks, now we can approach the rook, because placing this rook on e1 is not the same thing. You're not in the box of this pawn. So now we promote. So unfortunately, black missed the chance to win and convert this, and now it was a draw. There's a new derivative when a school score. Nice burning heat. You won the national high school once. Nice. Okay. This must have been the lucky save of the day after playing a brilliant game in the morning and winning. Dario blunders here. He plays the move queen e5, dropping his rook in a7, and being completely lost with the rook down and the queen about to be trapped. White almost finds a way to do it, but then for some reason offers a draw. If this result is correct, it offers a draw with the rook up. I don't know if this result is correct, but if it is, it's a huge result for Dario. And lastly, Mehmet manages to win and is going to be a co-champion. Now let's review the standings. I believe by now everything should be there. Okay. All right. With which grade should we start? I can start with I never congratulated the players who won the Bughouse. So let's take it backwards. Let's take it from Bughouse up to 12th grade, because usually I do it the other way around. So Sabina likes change occasionally. Okay, so in the Bughouse, Schaffer and Nanda Kumar have won with 12 points. Wow, that was impressive. So they won all of their games, because I think they're playing 2. They won all of their games. Brilliant performance. In the Blitz K-6, Joseph Alexander. Wow, actually there were 7 players with 10 points in the Blitz in K-6. Brilliant. 10 points. Very nice. In the K-12, Steven won the Blitz with Nanda Kumar Vasegaran. The two of them shared first place with 10 points. There were quite a number of players with 9.5. Really good performance. And now let's get to the kindergarten. Though we did not have the games broadcasted live, I see that Zain Shanmuganathan has won the tournament with 7 out of 7 from Texas. Congratulations. That is certainly something to be proud of. His aunt or uncle stopped by the stream to let me know about this. And we have Rahul Vihan and Melody Zheng finishing second, shared second with 5.5 points. Congratulations to all 3 of you and everyone else, of course, for competing. In the first grade, we had 2 players with 6.5, Yao Bao Shuo and Lavin Donadi. And on third, Amy Wu finishes with 6 points. Going on to second grade, this is what no, that result was wrong. I was surprised. It was okay, so that result is marked wrong. Okay, I need to tell them. I was really surprised that white would offer a draw in that position with being up material. That was too much. No. Okay, So it looks like we have 5 players sharing first place, co-champions. Congratulations to all 4. Mehmet Ilanli, Dario Neshvadian, Matthew Wang, Aiden Huang, and Dalton Gorksika. Brilliant performance for all of you. I've seen most of games by Mehmet. I think he's played on the top boards for quite a lot of time. He was the highest rated player from Ohio. Despite dropping one game on round 6, he was able to come back and be co-champion. Congratulations, all 5 co-champions in the 2nd grade. For the 3rd grade, looks like a few people caught up. Brian Yee, Taylor Liu, Max Mulholland, and Jordan Kim all finished co-champions with 6 points. Very nice. Very, very nice. I think we've seen some other names, but I guess they did lose in the final round or the round before, and they took them down from the contention of finishing on top 3. 4 players, co-champions in the 4th grade: Joseph Alexander, Samanyu Aluri, Samantha Ayansh, and Chase Wang. That was, I think Kata would have also shared had he won his game, but unfortunately it was the rook endgame that I showed you, and unfortunately missed the chance to finish co-champion, so he finishes in 5th. Going on to 5th grade, this makes me sad a bit because both Celine and Olivia have played brilliantly well this entire tournament. I've seen some of Celine's game, Olivia's games. It's a pity for the final round loss, but hopefully they don't give up. They continue their improvement, and we will see them winning this championship in the future. The 4 co-champions are Akash, Yani, Vivan Pavuluri, Srihash Madipati, and Jack Boyer Olson. All of them finish with 6 points. The girls have to be okay with sharing 5th place. That was a bit sad. I'm not sure if they count them as co-champions. I should have asked. As far as I know, they usually do, but these days they do put the tie breaks, so maybe they're not counting them as co-champions. Maybe I shouldn't say these things wrong. Let me double check before I continue congratulating everyone as being a co-champion. Let me double check here, because that's what was done in the past, but I wasn't told that they've changed. Does anyone know? If someone knows, please do let me know. That way we're saving time. Rules and regulations. Sections and prizes. I do not know, my friends. I wasn't told, so I hope I'm not saying this wrong. I'm gonna send a text message, see if I get an answer before I sign off the stream. They're called champions. Okay, okay. I was saying the right thing. Good. All right, I was saying the right thing. I didn't mess up anything. Good. I was getting scared. Sabina is always. You never know. Um. uh, do they still give out hard? They give They started giving medals. I haven't seen the prices for this one. They should be posted, or they will be posted. For teams, they still give trophies. They had started giving medals. I haven't seen what they are doing for this tournament. Um, yeah, I haven't seen it, how they are, but yeah. Um, they still have, and they look very beautiful, whether it's the trophies or the medals. Is like, yeah. All right, so 4 co-champions in the 5th grade. Congratulations to them all. 6th grade brought in, oh, they didn't post it. They did not post it. Okay, let's go to 7th and we'll come back to 6th once they post it. Maybe there's still games being played. I don't know, because I think the closing ceremony is about to start. Okay, we'll get back to that one. In the 7th grade, we have how many? Oh my god! Oh my god! I didn't even realize there were so many. They weren't supposed to. Someone did not win. They drew, and that's why. Oh my goodness! 10 co-champions in the 7th grade. Wow, that's a lot. Lee Mason, Vidip Kumar Kona, Shivachan Siva Vishnu, Ethan Guo, Elliot Goodrich, Phineas Weingarten, Anson Leong, Vyas Miranch, Glenn Zhang, and Sankar Tarun. That's a lot of players. I didn't even realize. It's just because we couldn't see all of the games. We only saw like a couple. We only saw a couple of the games for the 7th grade. In the 8th grade, Connor Wang finishes in first, sole champion. Second place goes to Varun Yengar, and quite a number of players share third place with 5.5. In the 9th grade, Aditya and Nitesh finish co-champions with 6 points out of 7. Aditya was leading the tournament with 5.5, but he drew last round, so he was caught by Nitesh, who won his final game. And then we have 3 players with 5.5. In the 10th grade, Sebastian Suarez has had a brilliant performance in this tournament. I really enjoyed watching him play. Got maybe lucky in one of the games, but in general, very, very nice play. And he finishes with 6.5, followed by Nikash Vemparala with 6, and Gordon Xu with 5.5, and that fills the podium. In the 11th grade, Eric Zhao wins the competition after having a nice final round win against Iris Mu. Second place goes to Ryan Min, and third place is shared between Logan Schaffer and Anandakumar Vasegaran. I guess they are sharing third place too. Not only the Bughouse. Congratulations, you guys. Great stuff. And lastly, in the 12th grade, Jed, Sloan, and William Safranek, we already knew this, are sharing first. They played one another yesterday. It was a bit tricky. I analyzed that game for Chess Life Online. You can definitely replay that. Maybe at the end there was some chance for William to win, but they drew, and now they're sharing first place, and on third we have Liang Yucheng, who finishes with 5.5. Let's see if the sixth grade has not been updated yet, but based on the results that we had, Liam won, so he is the sole champion because he won his game. So he's the sole champion with 6.5. I don't know who the others are, but that concludes that championship. I mean, it was a thrill being here with you guys. I certainly hope you enjoyed it. If you did, don't forget to follow before you leave. Follow US Chess on Twitch. Stay notified for other streams that might take place. I am not aware of the schedule. The only thing that I know is that definitely the nationals next year will be streamed, and so would love to have you back here. If you enjoy my commentary, you can always follow my own channel. It's my full name. I don't know if there's a link to it or not here. There should be, maybe, potentially. No, only about my YouTube and stuff. My YouTube podcast for US Chess, but you can certainly find me if you enjoyed, and you can stop by other streams. I typically stream tactics and I play, but I've done some lectures on my channel or some tournament commentary also. So would love to see many of you again. As always, these tournaments could not happen without a lot of work behind the scenes by US Chess staff and volunteers, and a lot of people who are involved to making it successful event. I'm very thankful to be a part of it and be able to bring you the games, but behind the scenes there's much more happening. So thank you so much, everyone who made this tournament a success. Thanks US Chess for having me. The holidays are approaching, so I certainly hope that you all have safe return home. Stay warm during these cold winters or cold winter that's approaching. Stay warm. Have happy holidays. Have very good 2026. I wish you a lot of success in everything that you do, and I hope one day we'll meet in person as well. Thanks to the tournament directors, of course, as well, and to JP, who's been the man behind the DGTs, who made sure that we got the games. Maybe there might have been some very slight delays once or twice, but everything ran smoothly, and I'm always thankful because we all help one another in a way or another. So thank you all. Thank you to the parents. Congratulations once again to all of these winners. And remember, whether you won or not this time around, it's always an experience that you can learn from, and you come back stronger. So keep your head up, keep working, and success is going to catch up with you very soon, if it hasn't already. I wish you all a wonderful rest of the weekend. Thanks for staying with me through thick and thin and, difficult moments or my silly jokes and everything. And yeah, if anyone else has final words or anything you want to say before I sign off, I'll be waiting maybe 30 more seconds or something. Regina also says, thanks for having her on stream. She's become the famous US chess cat, although she's mine, but it's okay. Yeah, that's all from me. Challenger Duke, how are you doing? I'm about to sign off. Do you have a question? Do you have anything else you'd like to say? My voice sounds better. Okay. You're a team Jed. Okay. Well, Jed has played incredibly well this tournament, and so did William. So both of them deserved winners in the 12th grade. Again, congratulations to everyone. Happy holidays. Stay safe. And thank you all for making this possible. And lastly, US Chess for having me. Before you leave, don't forget to follow US Chess Twitch page and check out all the social media accounts as more things are posted on different places. You can find a lot of information about tournaments, how you can get involved if you want to support, and many other things.